trial lasts only 2 days, and Ali's defense team decides to testify on it by law. A $10,000 fine and 5 years in federal prison. Ali will be allowed to remain free while he appeals his sentence, but until then, Ingram orders that Ali surrender his passport so he can't flee the country. Hearing this sentence, Covington jumps up and objects. Even the prosecutor looks stunned, but Ingram bangs his gavel and refuses to hear the objection. A few weeks later, on July 7, Ali and his lawyers are back in Judge Ingram's court again, filing a motion to permit Ali to leave the U.S. for a boxing match in Japan. Since Ali has been banned from boxing in America, fighting overseas is his only chance to earn money. And at this hearing, Ali gets a chance to testify. As he steps into the witness box, he's looking forward to speak in his own defense. And initially, everything seems to be going well. One of Ali's defense attorneys asks the questions they've rehearsed, and he gets to assure the court that he's traveling overseas purely for professional reasons. Then, after a brief recess, it's the prosecution's turn to question Ali. U.S. Attorney Mort Sussman rises and gives a tight-lipped smile.
Mr. Clay, the newspapers reported recently that you attended a so-called peace rally in California. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was invited to speak.
And isn't it true that while you were at that rally, you signed the draft cards of some of the students?
Yes, sir.
Is it true that they subsequently burned the draft cards?
No, sir, I did not see that.
But didn't you encourage them to do it in your speech?
No, sir, I didn't encourage anyone to burn anything.
I can't understand why you went to this peace rally and signed draft cards if it was not for the purpose of encouraging those people to avoid the draft.
I was invited to say a few words, and that's all. I didn't talk about war or anything like that. I just talked about boxing.
You are personally opposed to the war in Vietnam, correct?
Not only Vietnam, but any war.
Didn't you say that you would fight if there were holy wars?
No, sir. I just meant that the Holy Quran teaches that we fight in wars declared by Almighty God or a prophet of God. But I'm sure there will be no holy wars around here.
Is there any country you would be willing to fight for besides the United States?
No, sir. I have no reason to fight for any other country.
Not even a Muslim country?
Sir?
You don't have a greater loyalty to Muslim countries than you do to the United States?
I'm loyal to my people here in America. My people who are struggling for freedom, justice, and equality. I'm not a citizen of no other country than America.
When Sussman finishes his questions, Ali steps down from the witness stand. He feels like he advocated for himself well, did everything he could to convince Judge Ingram that he's not a flight risk. But as he returns to the defense table and studies the judge's stern face, he feels his throat tighten. Something tells him that no matter what he says, Ingram has already made up his mind not to let Ali leave the country. And if that's true, Ali won't just be giving up his freedom, he'll also be flat broke.
The Sleep Number smart bed is the best bed for couples, and there's a good reason for that. Only Sleep Number smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort and support on your side of the bed. Firmer or softer on either side. Sleep Number does that. Perhaps you want your side cooler, and your partner wants their side warmer. Sleep Number does that too. You choose what's right for you, making it the best bed for the both of you. The Sleep Number smart bed will even automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help you sleep comfortably all night long. Your smart bed will even learn how you sleep and provide you personalized insights to help you sleep even better. Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? So you can choose your ideal comfort on either side. Sleep Number smart beds start at $9.99. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. See store or sleepnumber.com for details.
Thank you to our partner, Mentos Gum. You ever feel like you're just going through the same motions day after day? We've all been there. Staring at brake lights, in traffic, or stuck in a long meeting? Not anymore with Mentos Gum. Listen up. This isn't just your regular gum. We're talking about a whole vibe refresh. Think of it as your personal reset button. One piece, and suddenly that traffic jam becomes your private concert venue. That meeting that should have been an email, it turns into a full-on fiesta. From flavors like fresh mint to bold strawberry, Mentos Gum transforms ordinary moments into fresh possibilities. Whether you want to switch up your route home or keep your mind fresh in a meeting, refresh the everyday with Mint.
In August 1967, Judge Joe Ingram issues his decision on Muhammad Ali's motion for permission to travel to Japan for a boxing match. Citing Ali's participation in anti-war activities, he rejects the request and orders the court to seize Ali's passport. This is disastrous news for Ali. Now he can't box at home or abroad, and he's furious at both the judge and his lawyers who should have prevented this from happening. After returning to the courthouse to surrender,
Turn right.
Ali's lawyer, Hayden Covington, asks to have a private meeting with his client. Ali thinks it's a good idea because their strategy clearly isn't working. He follows Covington from the court into a nearby conference room. There they both get settled at a table. But instead of discussing their case like Ali wants, Covington starts by opening his leather briefcase and removing a sheet of paper. He hands it to Ali.
What in the world is this?
A bill for my expenses.
I thought we were going to discuss my case.
We can discuss that as well, but I'd like to chat about the bill first.
It's nearly $300,000.
Lawyers are expensive, especially good ones. The Nation of Islam wanted the best for you.
We've lost every single case and hearing so far.
I know it's upsetting, but this was expected.
You expected this?
We were never going to win in the lower courts. In those cases, juries are tasked with looking at narrow issues. Did someone violate a law or not? It's cut and dry. It's at the appeals level where you'll win. Those judges can examine more substantial issues like racial bias. I know, it's frustrating, but we're just now getting to the stages that favor you.
And when were you going to tell me all this? That you expected to lose?
I didn't think you needed to know.
It's my case and you're blowing it. We never should have said I was a minister. That was a mistake from the beginning, and now they won't take us serious. You can't even stop them from stealing my passport.
I admit I'm upset about the passport mess. We had a strong argument, but sometimes you just get a hostile judge.
That's just another excuse.
What?
I'm firing you.
Mohammed, slow down. The Nation of Islam recommended me. You can't just ignore their advice.
I can do whatever I want.
If you fire me, I'm suing you for those expenses.
Go right ahead.
Ali rises and storms out of the conference room, leaving Covington stewing in silence. But as soon as he reaches the hallway, Ali finds a gaggle of reporters staring at him. He realizes they were eavesdropping the whole time. This makes him even more angry. Ali knows any outburst will only make things worse, so he bites his tongue, ignoring their gazes, and heads straight outside. After firing Hayden Covington, Ali names Chauncey Eskridge as his new attorney. Eskridge was a decorated pilot in World War II. He's one of the most prominent black lawyers in the nation. Although primarily a tax attorney, he's done work on Ali's case already, including testifying before the Kentucky judge, and he immediately takes responsibility for the appeal in federal courts. But although Ali feels better with Eskridge in charge of the case, after filing the appeal, the 25-year-old boxer doesn't know what to do with himself. He's one of the most famous people in the country, but he can't earn money boxing, and it could be more than a year before his case is even heard. Ali retreats inward, looking for peace and stability in his life. He proposes to Belinda Boyd, a 17-year-old woman whose parents are prominent members of the Nation of Islam. And they are a happy newlywed couple, but plagued by financial troubles. Belinda is even forced to dip into her college savings to pay for groceries. Still, they have reason to feel hopeful. By 1968, public opinion about the Vietnam War has begun to shift. As American casualties mount and anti-war protests grow, President Lyndon Johnson announces that he will not seek re-election. The war's become a quagmire and effectively driven him from office. This shift in the public's attitude about the war is met by a change in attitudes about Ali. Young people inspired by Ali begin burning their draft cards, chanting, "Hell no, we won't go," at protest rallies. But the courts don't share the feelings of the young public. In May 1968, a three-judge panel on the Fifth Court of Appeals upholds Ali's conviction, leaving him with just one more chance to clear his name by appealing his case all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And at first, the court agrees to hear Ali's case. But in March 1969, the court announces that it's remanding Ali's case to the lowest branch of the federal system for more hearings. This decision surprises both the public and Ali. But what they don't know is that behind the scenes, something important has recently come to light. For the past decade, the FBI has been illegally wiretapping dozens of prominent Americans, including Elijah Muhammad and Martin Luther King Jr. 5 of the illegally recorded conversations involve Ali. In no instance was Ali the primary target of the wiretaps, but the Supreme Court rules that doesn't matter. Because of the wiretaps, the Department of Justice had access to information that Ali's lawyers did not, potentially violating his civil rights. So the Supreme Court wants a lower court to determine what role, if any, the wiretaps played in denying Ali's conscientious objector request. Ali is overjoyed at the news. Kicking his case back to the lower courts means he'll have several more chances to get his draft deferral, which would also overturn his conviction. So Ali starts feeling optimistic about the future, and he publicly floats the idea of a possible return to boxing. In a press conference with sports reporter Howard Cosell, Ali also admits that he has a lot of debt to pay off, and that a heavyweight bout would help with that. But Ali's feelings about the future take an abrupt turn when in March 1969, he's suddenly summoned to meet with Elijah Muhammad at his Chicago home. When Ali arrives at his mentor's mansion, he opens the door to find a dozen high-ranking members of the Nation of Islam sitting around a table in the parlor. At the head of the table sits 72-year-old Elijah Muhammad himself. Normally, Muhammad has a wide, radiant smile, but not today. Instead, he points to an empty chair at the end of the table and curtly tells Ali to sit. Ali obeys, and Muhammad begins speaking. He tells Ali that the nation has always granted him independence to pursue professional opportunities, and Ali nods in agreement. He knows that other nation members have sometimes been forced to give up their careers in singing and other fields that were considered at odds with the nation's tenets. But Ali has noting that the nation has indulged Ali outside the boxing ring as well. He mentions that 2 years ago, Ali met with Martin Luther King Jr. without the nation's permission and faced no punishment then. Ali nods again, knowing it's true. Muhammad then asks Ali, given the special treatment he's received, why has he so flagrantly betrayed the nation's teachings? Ali sits back, confused. He racks his brain trying to remember a misstep but can't think of anything. He doesn't think he's betrayed the nation's teachings. In fact, he thinks he's risked his career for the sake of the nation. Noting Ali's confusion, Muhammad shakes his head sadly. Then he says he saw Ali's recent interview with Howard Cosell, where Ali said he needed to fight again to make money. Ali admits he said that. He has a wife and child now, and legal fees to pay. Muhammad leans forward and says to Ali that the nation teaches that Allah alone provides, and that by going on television and saying he had no other way to make money, Ali effectively admitted he had no faith. Ali sits back in his chair, baffled. He thinks about Muhammad Speaks, the newspaper with the cartoon that first drew him to the Nation of Islam, which is now constantly celebrating his achievements with gushing stories. He also thinks about the fact that he fired his original promoters from rural so that Muhammad's son Herbert could manage his career. Both Herbert and the nation have made plenty of money off Ali as a result. Ali glances at Herbert, who's seated at the far end of the table. Herbert ducks his eyes, looking embarrassed. Elijah Muhammad then rises from his chair and announces that he's suspending Ali from the nation for a full year. Ali is stunned. It seems harsh to suspend him just for saying he needs to earn a living, and Ali wonders if there's another unstated reason for this punishment. But Muhammad says there will be no further discussion of the matter. The boxer made a fool of the nation, and there must be repercussions. Then he announces that for 1 year, no other member of the Nation of Islam is allowed to interact with Ali, and if they do, they'll be suspended as well. He also says that Ali is not to be allowed to enter any nation mosque, and that members of the nation will refer to him exclusively by his birth name, Cassius Clay. Elijah then turns to Ali with a thin smile and asks, "Do you have any questions, Cassius?" Hearing that name on his mentor's lips stabs Ali in the heart. He scans the room looking for comfort, but no one says anything. Ali feels every bit as bereft as when he was sentenced to prison, but there's nothing he can do. The nation teaches that followers must submit to authority, and he has to submit now, however unjust it seems. As he gets up to leave, Ali is flooded with grief. He's sacrificed so much for the nation, not just boxing and career opportunities, but old friendships and the close bond he once had with his parents. He's even risking prison time to uphold the nation's teachings and refuse military service. But now, when he needs them most, the nation is abandoning him. So if he wants to keep fighting, in the ring or in the courts, he's going to have to do it on his own. From Wondery, this is episode 2 of Muhammad Ali. Hi, this is Lindsey Graham, host of American Scandal. Our back catalog has moved behind a paywall. recent episodes remain free, but older ones will require a Wondery Plus subscription. With Wondery Plus, you get access to the full American Scandal archive, ad-free, plus early access to new seasons and more. Join Wondery Plus in the Wondery app or on Apple Podcasts. It's June 1969 in a federal courtroom in Houston, Texas. Attorney Chauncey Eskridge is sitting at the defendant's table, flipping through his notes on a legal pad while he waits for the judge to return from recess. 2 years ago, in this very courtroom, Eskridge's client Muhammad Ali and Ali's spiritual advisor Elijah Muhammad. And because these wiretaps were done without a warrant, they were illegal and a violation of Ali's civil rights. So the Supreme Court remanded the case back to this Houston courtroom for a hearing to determine if Ali's conviction was in any way influenced by information from those likely have to go to prison. The bailiff announced that Judge Joe Ingram is returning from his chambers. Everyone rises as the judge enters. He then takes his place at the front. Checks his notes, then stands.
Your Honor, I'd like to return to something you said earlier. When discussing the wiretapped conversations, you characterized them as innocuous. You also said that nothing in them could have influenced the Department of Justice to recommend against granting my client an exemption. But that's not true. I would like to call your attention to the conversation from March 19th. Well known for remarks like to joke around, but the Department of Justice might have taken that might have contributed to their belief that Ali was prejudiced against white people, and that in turn might have influenced their claim that Ali's reasons for avoiding the draft were political, not moral or religious. Mr. Eskridge, your client's religion has a long track record of anti-white statements. Not the religion, just a few individuals, and that's just what the media reports. Regardless, those statements are out there, and likely contributed far more than one stray joke. But this was a private conversation. And I'd also like to remind you that the racial composition of the draft boards is an issue in this case. In saying, watch out for them whiteys might have biased the draft board against Ali. Counsel, these complaints about the race of the draft board seem even weaker. You could never have perfectly proportional representation. No one is asking for perfect representation, just some representation. There is only one black person on any draft board in the entire state of Kentucky, and none on the one that ruled against my client. Fine, but there's no evidence that the DOJ lawyers who wrote the letter to the draft board even saw the FBI transcripts, much less were influenced by them. But we can't know that, and that's the point. If there's even a possibility of them consulting any illegally gathered evidence, then the letter was tainted, and everything that happened after that, including my client's conviction, is tainted as well.
Ingram leans back and mulls this over.
Thank you, Mr. Eskridge. I've heard enough. This hearing is adjourned. I'll announce my ruling in the coming weeks.
But even if the judge upholds Ali's conviction, Eskridge is prepared to keep fighting, do everything in his power to make sure the most famous boxer in the world remains a free man. American Scandal sponsors an audience who wants you to expand your life by listening. Explore over 1 million audiobooks, podcasts, and exclusive Audible originals that will inspire and motivate you. Just open the app to find advice and insight from leading influencers, experts, and professionals, like the still resonant and relevant How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. But whatever your interest, there's a listen for it on Audible. You'll find titles on fitness, nutrition, relaxation, finances, making good decisions, and building good habits. There's so much opportunity to imagine when you listen. Let Audible help you reach the goals you set for yourself. Start listening today when you sign up for a free at audible.com/AS.
Here's a tip for growing your business. Get the Venture X business card from Capital One and start earning unlimited double miles on every purchase. That's right. With unlimited double miles, the more your business spends, the more miles you earn. Plus, the Venture X business card has no presets spending limit, so your purchasing power can adapt to meet your business needs. The Venture X business card also includes access to over 1,000 airport lounges. Just imagine where the Venture X business card from Capital One can take your business. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/VentureXBusiness.
From Wondering, I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is American Scandal. In June 1967, Muhammad Ali was convicted of refusing to enter the U.S. military draft and sentenced to 5 years in prison. He had also been stripped of his heavyweight title, had his boxing licenses revoked, and his passport seized by the court, leaving him with few options to earn a living. Perhaps most painfully of all, though, his religion, the Nation of Islam, suspended Ali on dubious grounds, taking away his spiritual solace at a time when he needed it most. Then in July 1969, Judge Joe Ingram rejected an argument by Ali's defense team that his case had been FBI wiretaps. Ali was resentenced to 5 years in prison. But outside the courts, the public had grown increasingly sympathetic to Ali and his stand against the Vietnam War. In 1969, for the first time, a majority of Americans said they felt that the war was a mistake. One anti-war demonstration in Boston drew 100,000 people, and another in Washington, D.C. drew 250,000. As a result, Ali became a bigger hero for his moral stance and his exploits inside the ring. But the boxer's personal and financial life remained in shambles, driving him to desperate lengths to make money. No matter how much the public backed him now, Ali's career and his freedom remained in the hands of a few lawyers and the hostile judges of the federal court system. This is episode 3, the final round. It's August 1969 in a boxing ring in Miami, Florida. Muhammad Ali rises from a stool in the corner and approaches his opponent, former heavyweight champion Rocky Marciano. The fighters touch gloves, the bell rings, and Ali begins dancing around the ring. He feigns a left cross, then jabs Marciano in the stomach. Marciano grunts and doubles over in pain. Ali moves in for another 1-2 combo, but before he can land another blow, he hears a shout behind him, a director yelling "cut." Ali stops shuffling and the overhead lights come on, revealing the ring for what it really is, a set inside a television studio. Ali and Marciano are filming a mock fight for an upcoming film project. A producer came up with the idea to stage a fantasy match between the two champion fighters and determine who would win if they faced each other at the top of their game. Marciano is now 45 years old, far past his prime, but he signed on to the project because he misses boxing. Ali finds the exhibition embarrassing, but he agreed to participate because he needs the money. Ali still isn't allowed to box in the U.S., and he can't fight anywhere else because the courts are holding his passport. So Ali has started taking demeaning gigs like this one to make ends meet. The director walks over and explains why he yelled "cut." Marciano is acting too hammy. He needs to tone it down, look a bit more natural. Marciano nods, and then the director shouts for everyone to take their places again. The lights drop, and then the two boxers start sparring once more. They're filming 70 one-minute rounds, and according to the script, Ali will pummel Marciano in some of them, and Marciano will give it to Ali in others. They're also going to film 7 different endings, everything from late-round knockouts to split decisions from fake judges. The idea is that the producers will splice together footage from whatever outcome they decide on, and until the match airs, no one will know the winner, not even Ali or Marciano. So as they go through the rounds, the boxers mostly stick to body blows, although they do land occasional headshots. The director calls out cues and has them redo certain takes, and at one point, they squirt fake blood on Marciano. It all looks ridiculous to Ali, but he doesn't say anything. He just keeps his head down until at last the director calls "cut" for the final time. Ali is eager to head home. He pulls off his boxing gloves and heads to the dressing room to change, but before he can leave, Marciano approaches him to chat privately. Marciano says he admires Ali, and it's a damn shame the world can't see one of the greatest boxers in history fight in his prime. Ali is touched. He thanks Marciano, but tells him the same thing he's been telling reporters for months now. He honestly doesn't miss boxing. His ministry work and anti-war activities are much more important. Marciano just chuckles, saying that with all due respect, he doesn't believe Ali. Ali frowns, though, and asks what he means. Marciano says Ali has the fever, a fire. Marciano just shrugs, shakes Ali's hand, and tells him it's been an honor to stage a fake fight with him. Then he turns and leaves. Ali watches him go and realizes deep down Marciano is right. No matter how many times he says he doesn't miss boxing, he can't force himself to believe it. Ali is desperate to get back in the ring and start fighting for real again. And as he packs up his things to head home, he decides that in New York, he's going to reapply for his boxing license. Rocky Marciano never gets to see the outcome of the simulated fight. Only a few weeks after filming, he dies in a plane crash in Iowa. The film airs in January 1970, and Ali watches in a movie theater. He's unhappy with what he sees. He looks slow and pudgy, and worst of all, the producers show him losing the match in a 13th round knockout. Ali leaves the theater disgusted, but seeing himself on screen only reinforces his determination to box again. The state of New York has already rejected Ali's latest application for a license on the grounds that he's now a convicted felon, but Ali's lawyers have sued the state to reverse the decision. Still, while they wait for a hearing, the boxer's financial situation remains dire. At one point, Ali is so broke, he gets locked out of the hotel room where he's staying because he can't pay the $53 bill. So when a new, more reliable source of income presents itself, Ali seizes the opportunity. He begins giving paid anti-war and civil rights speeches on college campuses around the country. The payments for these talks are especially welcome because Ali and his wife Belinda have just had twins. Ali also benefits from the generosity of a black power broker in Philadelphia who gives him a house in a wealthy neighborhood. But the move to Philly proves far more controversial than Ali had expected. In late January 1970, after delivering a speech to students on the campus of Muhlenberg College in Allentown, Ali opens the floor to questions from the audience. Some ask when he'll return to boxing, others about his fake fight with Marciano. Then Ali points to a young black man wearing a dashiki, a traditional African shirt. Ali anticipates a friendly question about civil rights, but when the young man steps up to the microphone, Ali is surprised by how angry he is.
I hear you're living in Green Hill Farms now. That's a rich section of Philadelphia. A white section. Is that a question? I thought you were against integration. Why are you living there? Because my family needs a home. We just had twins. You always denounced black people who made some money and then abandoned the black community. Now you've gone and done the same thing. No, I haven't. Yes, you have. You're a sellout. If you really cared about black people, you should live with it. Wasn't that what you always preached?
Ali is suddenly furious. He begins pacing the stage.
What do you want? You want me to buy a home in the ghetto? Why would I want to live in a rat bin and have a rat bite my child? What I want is for you to live by your principles. I gave up my career for my principles. I'm facing prison time for my principles. You said we need to build up the ghetto, but you run away like a coward. Be quiet, boy, before I knock you down. I swear people like you give me more trouble than the whites. Hey, get back here, I'm talking to you.
But the student isn't listening. He pushes his way out of his row, then storms out of the auditorium. 100 other students follow him. Those that remain continue to shout and boo. The entire crowd is turned against him. Ali watches in shock and stomps off stage. He knows the system, but there's so much strain on him right now. His legal battles, his financial troubles, his suspension from the Nation of Islam. Now even his own people are mad at him. It feels like no matter what he does, Ali can't win. Among some members of the Black Power movement, Ali continues to face tough questions about his new home in Philadelphia. Moving into an almost exclusively white neighborhood contradicts everything he and the Nation of Islam have preached for years. But among the general public, Ali is more popular than ever. At one point, dozens of celebrities signed a letter demanding justice for him and the restoration of his boxing license. These stars include Elizabeth Taylor, Sammy Davis Jr., and even Jackie Robinson, who once criticized Ali for his separatist politics. And their demands soon proved successful. In September 1970, a New York State court finally considers Ali's case. The issue at hand is whether or not Ali's status as a convicted felon should preclude him from renewing his boxing license. The New York State Athletic Commission claims it does, but Ali's lawyers have combed through the commission's records and found several other boxers who were granted licenses despite committing such crimes as assault and armed robbery. Ali's lawyers argue that he's been singled out unfairly, and the judge agrees. On September 14, 1970, he orders the commission to renew Ali's license, and in response, other states restore Ali's licenses as well. Ali is thrilled. At long last, he can box again, but only if he can stay out of prison. And he's running out of chances to overturn his conviction for draft evasion, because just 1 month before Ali gets his boxing license back, a federal court of appeals upholds Ali's criminal conviction for a second time. Now Ali has only one option left, to appeal his case once again to the Supreme Court. And when the justices meet in mid-January 1971, they're reluctant to consider Ali's case. One of the biggest skeptics is 71-year-old conservative Justice John Marshall Harlan. On the day Ali's case comes up, Harlan arrives early at the conference room in the Supreme Court building. He winces as he eases himself into a chair, then squints at the notes he's jotted on the title page of the case he's holding, Cassius Clay v. the United States of America. It's been a trying week for Harlan. He was diagnosed with spinal cancer last year. The ongoing chemotherapy has left him exhausted. Plus, his eyesight is getting poorer every month. He gets headaches now if he reads more than an hour. The door opens, and 7 other justices file in. Most of them look every bit as disgruntled about this case as Harlan. They all settle in, leaving just one seat around the table empty, the one for the only black justice on the court, Thurgood Marshall. Marshall has recused himself from the discussion, since he was working at the Department of Justice when Ali's case was initially filed. And that means the 8 men in this room now have the fate of the country's most controversial defendant in their hands. Chief Justice Warren Burger goes around the room and takes an informal vote about who wants to hear the case. Harlan's made up his mind. He understands that many people will be angry if Ali goes to prison, but he doesn't see any legal merit in the appeal. Ali violated the law, and that's that. So he votes not to hear the case, as do most of his colleagues. But the last justice, William Brennan, votes to hear the case. In fact, Brennan pleads with the other judges and says they're making a huge mistake by dismissing it. Harlan frowns and asks Brennan why. Muhammad Ali has committed a crime, and despite being a celebrity, he has to face consequences. Brennan shakes his head firmly. He says Harlan is missing the point. If they don't hear the case, the public will be furious. They need to at least give Ali his day in court. Otherwise, the public will misunderstand what happened. It will look like Ali got convicted for political purposes. But Chief Justice Burger cuts in, saying that taking the case has political risks too. They'll be directing a lot of unnecessary anger toward themselves if they uphold the conviction. Brennan admits that's true, but it will also undermine the credibility of the Supreme Court to stay on the sidelines. The Vietnam War and civil rights are 2 of the biggest issues facing the nation, and the court will look cowardly if it doesn't weigh in on this high-profile case involving both. Harlan closes his eyes and sighs, knowing in his heart that Brennan is right. They have to at least listen. And when Justice Burger asks his colleagues to give their official vote on whether they will hear the case, the majority vote yes. The justices will give the case a fair hearing, but Harlan doubts they'll overturn it. In taking this case, they're almost certainly going to be responsible for sending the most popular athlete in the world to prison. American Scandal is sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs who want to stand out and succeed online. But do you need a website? Of course you do. I mean, if you own a business, have a hobby, write a blog, run an organization, create online, create IRL, but show Design Intelligence combines 2 decades of industry-leading design expertise with cutting-edge AI technology to unlock your strongest creative potential. Design Intelligence empowers you to build your own unique digital identity across your entire online presence. So no matter what you do on the web, write, create, sell, consult, coach, teach, you can do it better, faster, and look more professional with Squarespace. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/scandal to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/scandal to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Thank you to our partner, Mentos Gum. You ever feel like you're just going through the same motions day after day? We've all been there. Staring at brake lights, in traffic, or stuck in a long meeting? Not anymore with Mentos Gum. Listen up. This isn't just your regular gum. We're talking about a whole vibe refresh. Think of it as your personal reset button. One piece, and suddenly that traffic jam becomes your private concert venue. That meeting that should have been an email, it turns into a full-on fiesta. From flavors like fresh mint to bold strawberry, Mentos Gum transforms ordinary moments into fresh possibilities. Whether you want to switch up your route home or keep your mind fresh in a meeting, refresh the everyday with Mentos Gum. Yes to fresh with Mentos Gum.
When the Supreme Court agrees to hear Muhammad Ali's case in early 1971, the boxer and his defense team are thrilled. But they also realize that this is their last chance to keep Ali from going to prison. So while his lawyers prepare their case, Ali begins training for his return to boxing. He schedules a heavyweight title bout with the current reigning champ Joe Frazier. And because he hasn't boxed for more than 3 years, Ali also schedules 2 tune-up fights. Ali wins the first in just 3 rounds, but he struggles through the second. The fight goes 15 rounds and leaves him battered. People around Ali are worried that he's too old and rusty to fight Frazier, and Ali's wife Belinda is especially anxious. She knows that in private, her husband seems unfocused. He's also been insulting Frazier in the press, calling him an Uncle Tom and the white man's champion. Frazier takes these slights personally. So when he enters the ring for the so-called fight of the century on March 8, 1971, Frazier is visibly angry. And although Las Vegas bookmakers have listed Ali as a 7-5 favorite, Frazier pounds him into submission and wins a unanimous decision. It's the first loss of Ali's professional career. And with the Supreme Court scheduling Ali's case for April 19, 1971, he might soon face another loss. Arguing against Ali will be the new Solicitor General of the United States, Erwin Griswold. He's the former dean of Harvard Law School and a formidable legal mind. On the other side will be Ali's lawyer, Chauncey Eskridge. And facing a conservative court with Thurgood Marshall, the sole black justice recused from the case, Eskridge knows he'll have to make an airtight argument to win his client's freedom. And although Eskridge has argued hundreds of cases in his career, he's never had one with this level of attention. The courtroom is jam-packed with dozens of reporters. And then, at 10 a.m. sharp, the 8 justices enter. Eskridge rises, then sits along with everyone else. Chief Justice Warren Burger announces the case for the record and motions for Solicitor General Erwin Griswold to start. Eskridge watches Griswold approach a lectern in front of the high bench of the justices. He has 30 minutes to make his case, although because the justices often interrupt to ask questions, they usually don't get the full time to speak. Griswold begins by arguing that Ali is a Muslim, and Muslims in general do not oppose all wars any more than Christians do. Justice Potter Stewart interrupts to point out it's not the overall stance of a religion that matters, but what an individual believes. Stewart then asks Griswold whether he thinks Ali is sincere in his religious and moral opposition to war. Griswold says yes, he believes Ali is sincere. And Stewart says that's interesting. Kentucky declared Ali was not sincere. Griswold concedes that they were mistaken in this, but he argues that's not the point. Ali has clearly stated that he would fight in a so-called holy war if directed to by spiritual leaders. Ali has also said that he doesn't want to fight in Vietnam because he considers it a white man's war, a political objection, and that is not a valid excuse to dodge the draft in the eyes of the law. After half an hour of debate, a red light bulb flashes on the lectern, indicating that Griswold's time has ended. He thanks the judges and then sits down. Eskridge then takes a deep breath and rises. He has several points to make. He begins by recapping his client's objections to war. He also notes how the Department of Justice ignored the original recommendation of a judge who stated that Ali should have gotten a deferral for the draft. But one of the conservative justices interrupts Eskridge. Like the Solicitor General, he maintains that Ali is picking and choosing his wars, dividing them into holy wars and non-holy ones. He says that's illogical. Conscientious objectors cannot pick and choose. But Eskridge tells him he's wrong. He notes that Ali has made this point himself in court before. People are misunderstanding the term holy war. When Ali talks about fighting one, he's not talking about the Crusades. He's talking about something like a battle of Armageddon, a spiritual fight between good and evil. But the conservative justice seems skeptical, so Eskridge moves on to his next point about the racial composition of Kentucky's draft boards. These arguments keep getting interrupted as well, and before Eskridge knows it, a red light on the lectern flashes, ending his time. Eskridge thanks the justices and sits back down. He begins calmly packing his briefcase, trying not to look frustrated that he didn't get to finish his arguments. Based on the questions he received, he senses that the justices are determined to uphold Ali's conviction. Just as Eskridge feared, the Supreme Court is not impressed with his case. One justice, who has a habit of grading lawyers' performances, gives Eskridge a C, and when the justices hold their private vote, the conservative majority of the court votes 5-3 to uphold Ali's conviction. As soon as they publish a decision, Ali will go to prison. But before that can happen, the justices in the majority will need to give their opinion in writing. Chief Justice Warren Burger assigns the task to Justice John Marshall Harlan. And per tradition, Harlan assigns one of his clerks, a 26-year-old named Tom Krattenmaker, to write the first draft. Harlan expects the draft to offer a fairly straightforward explanation of the facts and the justice's reasons for denying Ali's claim. But when Krattenmaker knocks on Harlan's door one day in mid-May, Harlan is surprised to see that the young man's face is creased with worry. Harlan gestures toward a chair across from his desk, and Krattenmaker sits, holding a sheaf of papers in one hand and cradling 2 books in the other.
Hi, Tom. Is that the draft of the Ali decision you have there? Yes, sir. Excellent. Let me take a look.
But as Harlan reaches for the papers, Krattenmaker pulls them back.
I have to warn you, sir, you won't like what I've written. Why is that? Because, well, I argue that we should vacate Ali's sentence. Excuse me? We voted 5-3 to uphold it. Why would you argue otherwise?
Krattenmaker holds out the books he's brought. The autobiography of Malcolm X and a book by Elijah Muhammad called Message to the Black Man in America.
I've been doing some additional research. I read these books over the past few weeks, and with all due respect, sir, I think the court is wrong. Wrong about what specifically? About the Nation of Islam's stance on wars. Ali has said he would fight in a holy war, but if you read what the Nation of Islam means by that, they're talking about something fantastical. They mean an apocalypse where people are fighting devils and demons. These aren't actual wars. Most of the justices seem to miss that, but it changes everything. Ali's lawyer made that argument as well, but it's semantics. I don't think so, sir, according to these books. To me, they seem quite clear on this point. Do you really think it's a good idea to defy a majority opinion of the Supreme Court? Sir, I realize I'm risking a lot here. I don't want to ruin my career, but I truly feel that you're making a mistake. Please look through these books tonight. If you think I'm wrong, I'll tear this opinion up and start fresh on a new one. But please, just read them.
Harlan purses his lips in anger, then he sighs.
You feel that strongly about it? I do, sir. Well, I suppose I should take a look. but I will be very disappointed if I don't come to the same conclusion. I understand. Thank you, sir.
As Krattenmaker leaves, shutting the door behind him, Harlan thumps the books down on his desk, annoyed. He wanted to get some rest tonight, not give himself a headache with reading, especially since he doubts he's going to find anything enlightening in the process. But as a Supreme Court justice, he knows he should do everything he can to be fair to a defendant. And at that point, he can uphold the conviction with a clear conscience and finally put this mess behind him.
So I just used NerdWallet's card finder tool to find a better card for me. And listeners, this is genius. All you have to do is answer a few questions, and in minutes, you'll get matched with recommendations tailored to you. I'm discovering cards I didn't even know existed, and the matching was on point. The best part? No research needed. The nerds already did that for us. So if you, like me, want to easily find the right card for you, go to nerdwallet.com to get matched today. Terms and conditions apply. Credit products subject to lender approval. See nerdwallet.com for details.
Ladies, is everyone trying to fix their health concerns with unproven gummies and tricks? Well, thank goodness, Low Libido has a real clinically proven treatment. Low libido can be so frustrating, but there is a treatment called Addyi, ADDYI. Addyi is the first and only FDA-approved pill proven to boost sexual desire in certain premenopausal women. Isn't that great? A clinically proven option for your low libido that comes from a doctor, not a gas station. Learn more at Addyi.com and take charge of your sexual health with a treatment that's backed by science. Remember, that's Addyi, ADDYI.com.
Addyi, or flibanserin, is for premenopausal women with acquired generalized hypoactive sexual desire disorder, HSDD, who have not had problems with low sexual desire in the past, who have low sexual no matter or the sex and due to a medical or mental health problem, problems in the relationship, or medicine or other drug use. Addyi is not for use in men or to enhance sexual performance. Your risk of severe low blood pressure and fainting is increased if you drink 1 to 2 standard alcoholic drinks close in time to your Addyi dose. Wait at least 2 hours after drinking before taking Addyi at bedtime. Your risk of severe low blood pressure and fainting is also increased if you take certain prescriptions, over-the-counter or herbal medications, or have liver problems. Low blood pressure and fainting can happen when you take Addyi, even if you don't drink alcohol or take other medicines. Do not take if you are allergic to any of the ingredients in Addyi. Allergic reactions may include hives, itching, or trouble breathing. Sleepiness, sometimes serious, can occur. Common side effects include dizziness, nausea, tiredness, difficulty falling asleep or staying asleep, and dry mouth. See full PI and medication guide, including boxed warning, at Addyi.com/PI or call 844-PINK-PILL. Addyi.
That's Addyi, ADDYI.com.
In May 1971, the case of Muhammad Ali is hanging by a thread. After Justice Marshall Harlan receives an unexpected piece of advice from one of his law clerks, he realizes that he has indeed completely misunderstood the Nation of Islam. For years, Harlan has been hearing news reports about militant members of the sect, but according to these texts, the religion is clearly against violence. His clerk is also right about the holy wars that Ali claimed he'd fight in. Those wars are no more realistic or likely than the battles in the Book of Revelation. So the morning after Harlan received his clerk's opinion, he seeks him out to apologize and explain that he's changing his vote to vacate Ali's conviction. Harlan urges the clerk to keep this change secret and spends the next few weeks revising the draft opinion. But once he finishes and circulates the decision to the other justices, not many of his colleagues are happy to see it. Chief Justice Warren Burger explodes when he reads that Harlan quoted passages from the Nation of Islam text to support his decision and claims the draft is essentially propaganda. Harlan stands firm, though, but it's not enough to help Ali. Even after Harlan's switch, the vote is tied for the court ruling state. So Harlan to vote in lobby Ali, urging them to change their mind, but the other won't budge, and it seems stalemate is likely. Harlan released its opinion June 30th, which is only weeks away. But one afternoon in early June, Justice Potter Stewart pays Harlan a visit in his office. The 56-year-old Stewart is a moderate justice, a swing vote on the court who's known for consensus building. And while he was initially skeptical of Ali's arguments, he ultimately came down on the boxer's side and voted to vacate his conviction. So ever since Harlan changed his vote, Stewart has been working with him to try and sway the rest of their colleagues. A few of the justices who voted to uphold the conviction do seem sympathetic to Ali, but they worry that voting in his favor would give every young black man in America the impression that joining the Nation of Islam will automatically get them out of military service. As a result, these other justices refuse to alter their vote. But Stewart has started to think there might be another solution, and he's eager to share the idea with Harlan. Stewart knocks gently on Harlan's open office door and finds Harlan lying on a couch, fast asleep. His older colleague has been enduring another round of chemotherapy, and he hates the idea of waking him, but he knows Harlan will want to hear his new idea. So Stewart gently clears his throat, and Harlan sits up. Then Stewart pulls a chair next to the couch and sets down his briefcase.
Are you up to talking, John? I can come back. No, I'm fine. Come sit. I want to talk about our strategy on the Ali case. I've been thinking, even if we convince someone else to change their vote, what will happen after we overturn the ruling? We would essentially be giving thousands of young men a chance to escape military service by joining the Nation of Islam. That's what the others have been arguing. Have they gotten to you? You're not changing your vote, are you? No, but they're not wrong. If we overturn, it'll be chaos. We'll upset the Pentagon, and will fundamentally undermine the very nature of the draft. All young men would have to do is join some religion that professes peace, and they're out of serving. Vietnam might be a mistake, but who's to say whether we'll see another war that's worth fighting? I see your point, but what else do we do? We can't send Ali to jail just to preserve some future theoretical draft. That's why I'm suggesting something else. If you recall, the Solicitor General admitted a mistake during oral arguments. Back in '67, the Justice Department wrote a letter saying that Ali was not sincere in his religious beliefs, that he was faking them to dodge the draft. And the draft board used that letter to deny Ali a deferral. Right. But then, during oral arguments, the Solicitor General admitted that Ali was sincere, that he really does believe in the Nation of Islam and its tenets of nonviolence. Okay, but how does that help us? The Solicitor General is admitting that the government provided misleading information to the draft board, and the draft board used that misleading information against Ali.
Harlan's face lights up.
You're right. That means the draft board's ruling against Ali is invalid, which would make him a conscientious objector and invalidate the criminal trial too. If he's truly a conscientious objector, he can't have broken that law. Exactly. And the beautiful part is, we can rule narrowly and help Ali based on the specifics of his case, not a charge. I feel a lot more confident that they'll consider this approach over gutting the draft completely. Well, let's try. Excellent work.
And as they Harlan and it seems as men in the country reputation. Justice Potter Stewart's instincts proved right. 3 of the justices who voted to uphold Ali's conviction agreed to vacate it on the narrow grounds that the Department of Justice provided misleading information to the draft board. They're thrilled to avoid both a public outcry and the ire of the U.S. military. The lone holdout is Chief Justice Warren Burger, who still considers the Nation of Islam dangerous and thinks Ali should face punishment for dodging the draft. But in the end, Burger fears that the public will paint him as a racist for not supporting a hero in the black community, so he changes his vote as well. But even as the justices prepare to officially announce their ruling, Muhammad Ali is waiting in limbo, unsure if he's about to be cleared or if he's going to prison. He's in Chicago training for his next fight, but it's been hard to stay focused. On the morning of June 28th, only 2 days before the Supreme Court's deadline, Ali parks his green and white Lincoln town car near a corner breakfast shop and ducks inside. The bell on the door dings as he enters, and the owner lights up when he sees Ali. He claps him on the back and calls him champ, even though he's not anymore. Ali orders a fresh squeezed orange juice and pals around with the other customers while he waits for the owner to prepare it. In some ways, Ali's life feels perfectly normal, but he knows that in a matter of days, he could find himself behind bars. So Ali tries to focus on the simple pleasures of life, like orange juice. And when it's ready, he takes a big sip and smacks his lips. It's delicious. He leaves a $5 bill, refusing change, and heads outside to his car. But before he can open the door, he hears someone yelling to him from behind. Ali turns, a bit confused, and sees the store owner in the doorway, waving his arms. He yells to Ali that he just heard the news about his case on the radio. Ali tenses up. These could be his last hours as a free man, but he notices that the owner is grinning. He then says the court let Ali off. The vote was 8-0. Ali nearly drops his orange juice. He never imagined the verdict would be unanimous. A prayer flashes through Ali's mind. Thank you, Allah. And then he lets loose a whoop of joy loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood. He darts back into the store to hear the news himself. Everyone inside applauds and whistles. And then he pulls out his wallet, announcing that today, every orange juice is on him. Given the secrecy of the Supreme Court, Muhammad Ali did not know for years how close he came to losing his case. If it were not for clerk Tom Cratton-Maker's pleas, Justice John Marshall Harlan switched vote, and Justice Potter Stewart's legal loophole, Ali would have spent his last prime years as a boxer, serving a 5-year prison sentence. Instead, Ali made one of the greatest comebacks in sports history. After losing to Joe Frazier in 1971, he worked his way back up the ranks and beat Frazier in 1974 to claim a shot at the heavyweight title fight. And later that year, he beat George Foreman in the legendary Rumble in the Jungle bout to become the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world once more at the age of 32. Ali eventually lost the title, but then won it back in 1978 for an unprecedented third time. He retired in 1981 and is still considered one of the greatest boxers in history. John Marshall Harlan did not live to see any of it. He was hospitalized with cancer just 2 months after the Ali decision came down and retired after 16 years on the court. He died in December 1971. And Ali's case made the draft more unpopular than ever, and the military finally abolished it in 1973. The U.S. pulled troops out of Vietnam shortly afterward, ending one of the most unpopular, divisive, and costly wars in American history. The leader of the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, died in 1975, and his religion fractured afterward. One of his sons decided to merge the nation with mainstream Islam. Muhammad Ali converted along with them, but a splinter sect opposed the merger, led by the controversial Louis Farrakhan. 3 years later, they split off and restored the name Nation of Islam. Farrakhan remains the sect's leader today. Then in the mid-1980s, Muhammad Ali was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, the result perhaps of too many blows to the head. He made a dramatic appearance at the 1996 Olympic Games in Atlanta and lit the torch there. President George W. Bush also awarded him the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2005. But other than these moments, Ali largely stayed out of the public eye later in life. He died in June 2016 at the age of 74, and received the biggest funeral for an American athlete since Babe Ruth. Historians continue to debate Ali's acquittal at the Supreme Court. Some cite it as a case of celebrity justice. Had he not been a famous athlete, the court almost certainly would have declined to hear his case, and he would have gone to prison. But then again, the draft boards and courts seem to want to make an example of Ali, which they likely would not have done had he not been so famous. Either way, the case that at first made Muhammad Ali a pariah would eventually make him a hero, a symbol of standing up for one's beliefs no matter the personal cost. Without this scandal, Muhammad Ali might have been just a boxer, but in overcoming it, he became a legend. From Wondery, this is episode 3 of Muhammad Ali vs. the Draft from American Scandal. In our next episode, I'll speak This is Lindsey Graham, host of American Scandal. Our back catalog has moved episodes being free, but older ones will require a Wondery Plus subscription. With Wondery Plus, you get access to the full American Scandal archive, ad-free, plus early access to new seasons and more. Join Wondery Plus in the Wondery app or on Apple Podcasts. It's November 28, 1956, in NBC studios at New York City's Rockefeller Center. 30-year-old Charles Van Doren is standing backstage, waiting to be introduced as the newest contestant on the hit television quiz show. Straightens his fingers through his brown hair, trying to settle his nerves before his TV debut. Father and uncle Pulitzer writers, and his mother is an acclaimed novelist and magazine editor. So he's nervous about how his foray into the lowbrow medium of television might go over with him. Van Doren himself doesn't even own a TV and has never heard of 21 until one of the show's producers asked him to be a contestant just a few weeks ago. Now, seeing the studio audience, the TV lights and cameras, he's beginning to wonder if it was a mistake. So as he hears the show's host, Jack Barry, call him to stage, he takes a deep breath and prays he doesn't do anything to embarrass himself. Van Doren strides out from the wings, and the studio audience erupts in applause. He nods to the crowd, then turns to shake hands with Barry and his opponent, Herbert Stemple. Stemple is already well known to quiz show fans. He's the longest-running champion on 21 to date. Some have gone so far as to call him unbeatable, and this only adds to Van Doren's apprehension. The show's host, Jack Barry, then begins reading from a cue card in his hand, introducing Van Doren to America as an impressive fellow. Barry presses forward, noting Van Doren's famous family, mentioning his award-winning father. Van Doren stares into the light on top of the camera, thinking about his family watching at home. His father is probably mortified to have his name dragged into this, but all Van Doren can do now is smile bashfully as Barry prattles on. Then finally, after finishing his introduction, Barry asks Van Doren and Stemple to head into their respective isolation booths to begin the game. The show's assistants, a pair of attractive young blonde women, emerge from behind a curtain and lead the contestants into two soundproof glass booths. Inside his booth, Van Doren puts on an oversized pair of headphones, and his world goes completely silent. He then watches as Barry, standing at a lectern, turns to ask Stemple the first trivia question of the game. A moment later, Van Doren hears Barry's voice in his headphones.
All right, Mr. Van Doren, now it's your turn to play. I'll give you the category, and you choose the difficulty from 1 to 11. The harder the question, the more points you'll earn. The first category is the Civil War. How much do you know about that?
Well, that's an awfully big subject. I'll try for 8 points.
Okay, for 8 points. Because of a disagreement with his commanding general, Ulysses Grant was placed under arrest for a brief time in 1862. Who was the commanding general of the Union Army at that time?
Oh, I know his name. Halleck. General H.W. Halleck.
That's correct, and you have 8 points.
Van Doren's headphones go silent again as Barry turns to Stemple to ask another question. Then a moment later, Barry's voice returns in the headphones.
Back to you, Mr. Van Doren. Your next category is newspapers. How many points do you want to try for?
I think I should go for 7, but I'm worried Mr. Stemple may be pulling ahead, so I'll take 10.
All right, for 10 points, this is a tough question. The grandsons of Joseph Medill, two of the most successful journalists from 1914 on, were the owners and managers of the Chicago Tribune and the New York Daily News. What were their names?
Van Doren pauses for a moment, reaches into his pocket. He pulls out a handkerchief, wipes a few beads of sweat from his forehead. Well, the Chicago Tribune, that would be Colonel Robert R. McCormick.
That's correct.
And the Daily News, wouldn't that be Patterson? Joseph Patterson?
It would be, and now you have 17 points.
Moments later, the game ends in a tie. The show's host, Jack Barry, informs the audience that Van Doren and Stempel will face off again next week, and the ultimate winner will go home with an enormous cash prize. As Van Doren heads backstage, he feels queasy, though, because despite his performance, he's not quite the trivia expert he just played on TV. In fact, he was given all the answers to the questions in advance by the show's producers. The whole game was rigged from the start, and if the truth is ever revealed, it would bring a level of shame to Van Doren and his family that would tear his entire world apart. American Scandal is sponsored by Audible, who wants you to expand your life by listening. Explore over 1 million audiobooks, podcasts, and exclusive Audible originals that will inspire and motivate you. Just open the app to find advice and insight from leading influencers, experts, and professionals, like the still resonant and relevant How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. But whatever your interest, there's a listen for it on Audible. You'll find titles on fitness, nutrition, relaxation, relationships, career, finances, making good decisions, and building good habits. There's so much opportunity to imagine when you listen. Let Audible help you reach the goals you set for yourself. Start listening today when you sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com/AS.
Here's a tip for growing your business. Get the Venture X business card from Capital One and start earning unlimited double miles on every purchase. That's right. With unlimited double miles, the more your business spends, the more miles you earn. Plus, the Venture X business card has no preset spending limit, so your purchasing power can adapt to meet your business needs. The Venture X business card also includes access to over 1,000 airport lounges. Just imagine where the Venture X business card from Capital One can take your business. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/VentureXBusiness.
From Wondering, I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is American Scandal.
It's the wrong lane, sir. You're supposed to be in this one.
In a quarter of a mile, make a U-turn. Shoot. And the left ear is shut. Head southwest.
Excuse me. I love they gotta have these stupid ads playing on the fuel pump. Not only that, it has to be at full volume. And every pump is playing the same ads at the same time. Oh, jeez. Oops. So what I wanted was... not that either. What am I doing?
Turn left.
Push. Been driving the Golf too much. I don't remember which button does what.
In 800 feet, turn left onto the slip road. Turn left onto the slip road.
I don't care for that.
In the 1950s, Americans fell in love with the new medium of television. At the start of the decade, less than 10% of households had a TV set of their own, but by 1955, that number soared to 50%. Watching TV quickly became a habit for much of the country. Nothing captured their attention quite like the quiz show phenomenon. Shows like 21, the $64,000 question, and Dotto became some of the most watched programs on television. Viewers were hooked by the drama of watching real people compete for prizes, sometimes in the form of life-changing amounts of cash. But many of these early game shows were not what they seemed. Pressured by their corporate sponsors to maintain high ratings, some quiz show producers began engineering the game to favor the most popular contestant. And there was no contestant more popular than Charles Van Doren. The tall, handsome scion of a prominent literary family, Van Doren's victory over rival contestant Herbert Stemple was a smash hit with viewers, and the 4-month winning streak that followed would make Van Doren a household name. All the while, behind the scenes, Van Doren was provided with the answer to every question he was asked. But Stemple and a handful of contestants from other rigged quiz shows soon grew resentful about being forced to lose, and before long they decided to expose what was really happening behind the scenes. Within a few years' time, the entire quiz show genre came tumbling down, and when the full truth came to light, America's relationship with TV would never be the same. This is episode 1, All the Answers. It's January 1955, nearly 2 years before Charles Van Doren's quiz show debut. At the Madison Avenue headquarters of cosmetics company Revlon, television producer Lou Cowan is preparing to make one of the biggest pitches of his career. Cowan is waiting in one of the company's upscale conference rooms with a briefcase tucked under his arm. A handful of Revlon executives walk in, including the company's founder, Charles Revson, and his brother Martin, the company's second-in-command. Cowan stands and shakes their hands. Then, as all the men take their seats, Cowan opens his briefcase and removes a handful of documents and poster boards for his presentation. Before turning back to face the executives, though, he takes a deep breath. His instincts tell him he's got a winning idea on his hands, but still, he knows his groundbreaking new concept could be a tough sell. At 46 years old, Cowan has already built a successful career, having produced more than 50 shows across TV and radio. He first struck gold in the 1940s, creating the hit radio shows Quiz Kids and Stop the Music, before venturing into the new, more lucrative medium of television. But to get that money, the first, most important step in selling a new TV show is getting a sponsor on board. If they agree to cover the cost of producing the show, Cowan can take it to one of the 3 major broadcast networks and get it on the air. But sponsors like Revlon don't know much about how TV works, so Cowan often uses metaphors to sell them on a new idea. Cowan starts his pitch by placing an oversized photo of Mount Everest on an easel at the end of the conference table. He asks the executives to think back 2 years to 1953, when Sir Edmund Hillary became the first climber to reach the summit of Everest. Cowan reminds them that this event captured the imagination of people around the world. It was front-page news for months. And with this new show Cowan is imagining, they too can capture the magic of scaling the world's tallest mountain with a half-hour televised trivia competition. Cowan looks around the room to gauge the reaction, but he only finds blank stares. Revlon founder Charles Revson clears his throat and checks his watch. Afraid of losing the room entirely, Cowan quickly pivots and brings the pitch back down to sea level. He asks the executives to recall the old radio quiz show Take It or Leave It. Cowan didn't create that show, but he always admired the format. Contestants were tasked with answering a series of increasingly difficult trivia questions, with each correct answer being awarded twice as much money as the previous question. And if they get a question right, contestants can choose to go home with all the money they'd earned or risk it all to continue playing. Cowan explains this was the real magic of the show. That moment when everyday people were given the choice to take the money and run, or risk it all. This is what he wants to create. A moment of choice, a moment of high stakes, a moment of drama. Cowan can see Charles Revson's eyes narrow as they meet his own. He finally seems to have the founder's full attention. Just $1, the second $2. But eventually contestants would build their way up to the show's big grand prize moment, the $64 question. It worked great for radio, but Cowan asserts that $64 isn't enough to lure a TV audience. Cowan looks up and sees the executives are leaning forward in their seats. Now's the time for the big reveal. He tells the room that his new show is called the $64,000 question. The executives look around at each other, their eyes wide. Cowan explains that $64,000 would be the most money ever given away on a quiz show, 20 times what the average American makes in a year. If people like the $64 question, they go absolutely wild for a show that's offering 1,000 times that. Cowan points back at the photo of Mount Everest, explaining that $64,000 is truly an Everest-worthy number, the kind of money that captures imaginations. All Cowan needs now is a presenting sponsor. Cowan looks directly at the Revson brothers. He can see Charles Revson rubbing his chin, deep in thought as he considers the implications of giving away that much money. And he watches as Martin Revson begins sketching numbers on a legal pad. So Cowan says he knows he's asking for a lot here. The show will not be cheap to make. But he tells the room to imagine the newspaper headlines the day after the first contestant wins the grand prize. It'll be covered like the day Everest was scaled. And even better, people will associate the achievement with Revlon. Cowan promises the company's investment will pay for itself many times over. Cowan then takes a seat, wrapping up his presentation, and gives the room a minute to think it over. At the head of the conference table, he sees Charles Revson grinning. Cowan knew he had a good idea. Based on the look in Charles's eye, it appears he may also have a sponsor. Soon after Lou Cowan's pitch, Revlon agrees to sponsor the $64,000 question. And within just a few months, they find a home for the show on CBS. The program debuts in June of 1955 and quickly proves to be an enormous hit. Within just a few weeks, it's the top-rated show on Tuesday nights. And by the end of July, it takes the crown as the #1 show in all of television, beating out iconic programs like I Love Lucy and The Ed Sullivan Show. All across America, audiences are captivated by the enormous grand prize of $64,000, the equivalent of more than $750,000 today. They also responded well to the show's format. In each episode, contestants answer a series of questions in a single area of expertise, like opera, boxing, or royal families. And when a contestant passes the $4,000 mark, they are only asked one new question per episode, returning week after week to see how far they can climb. They become like recurring characters in a drama series, with audiences tuning in to see how their favorite player's journey will end. But within a few months of the show's debut, a flaw emerges in its design. By August of 1955, not a single contestant has won the grand prize. In fact, no one has even chosen to attempt it, opting in at the second-to-last $32,000 question rather than risk losing it all. And while Revlon has been delighted with the ratings, they're worried that if nobody ever answers the $64,000 question, audiences will eventually lose interest. So the company begins pressuring Cowan to deliver a grand prize winner. One Wednesday morning, just hours after yet another contestant has declined to attempt the final question, Cowan invites his friend Mark Goodson to his Manhattan office to talk things over. Goodson is himself a veteran producer of game shows for radio and TV, and Cowan wants to get his perspective. Hey Mark, thanks for coming by. Man, I'm in a real pickle with this show. I need to pick your brain on it. Have a seat. A real pickle, huh? You've got the #1 show on TV. What? No one's complaining about the ratings, but Revlon wants to see a grand prize winner. Without anybody even attempting the final question, let alone getting it right, the audience is going to notice. I mean, it's in the title of the damn show, $64,000 question. It's our entire selling point. Well, what do you think's holding back the contestants? I mean, is 32 grand just such life-changing money that nobody wants to risk it? I think that's part of it. But there's another problem. Even if they were to win the $64,000, it would push them into a new tax bracket. In effect, the final question is really only worth a few extra thousand in what they take home. Statistically, the contestants are making the right choice, and I suspect some of them have gamed that out. I'm sure they have. Anyone who gets to 32 grand is no dummy. Maybe you could bring on wealthier contestants who are already in those tax brackets. Maybe they just want a chance to be remembered as the first ever grand prize winner. Yeah, we thought about that. But there's only so many rich people around. Most of them have no desire to appear on a television quiz show. Besides, the audience won't root for people that already have a lot of money. Yeah. There's something else you could do. Just sort through that big pile of applications you got and find the most likable contestants. You know, nice smiles, relatable backstories. And just give them the answer to the final question. Give them the answer? Rig the show? Well, in so many words, yeah. I mean, at least the final question. That's really the only way you can be sure they'll try it. I can't believe you're saying this. Oh, what's the big deal? I mean, be honest, Lou. Half the show is already smoke and mirrors. You're keeping the questions on stage in an oversized bank vault with a pair of armed guards. You both know that's all for show. I mean, I'm not criticizing. It's great TV. You've got the #1 show in the country, but might as well take it one step further. No, I don't think so. It would be unethical. Well, unethical, maybe, but not illegal. Not documentaries. Your only job is to give the audience the drama they want and keep Revlon happy. What the audience doesn't know won't hurt them. Hey-man. All it would take is for one contestant to blab and the whole thing would come tumbling down. Imagine how Revlon would react if the audience turned on them for putting on a fraudulent show. We'd be canceled the very next day and I'd never work again. There has to be another way. Well, you know, it's just an idea. I'll think on it. But look, I've got another meeting. Yeah, I do too. Thanks for stopping by. I'm sure I'll figure something out. As Cowan walks his friend out and closes the door behind him, he feels a knot growing in his stomach. The idea of rigging the game feels dirty, even if it could help persuade more contestants to take a chance at the grand prize question. Cowan knows there has to be a better, more ethical solution to the problem, but in the meantime, he'll just have to pray that someone finally has the guts to play the game all the way through. Throughout the summer of 1955, Revlon continues to pressure Lou Cowan to produce the first grand prize winner of the $64,000 question. Cowan continues to resist rigging the outcome of the show. But when Cowan leaves for another job, Martin Revson, second in command at Revlon, takes a more direct role in overseeing the show. Revlon's sponsorship has proven to be more successful than the company's executives ever dreamed. Their gross earnings are at an all-time high, and the stock price has more than doubled. Revlon has come to see their fortunes as being directly tied to the show's success. And when one of the show's producers, Merton Copland, travels to Revlon's Madison Avenue headquarters for a meeting, he discovers firsthand just how eager the cosmetic company executives are to maximize the show's success. As the meeting begins, Martin Revson slides a chart across the desk to Copland. It's a graph with two lines, one tracking the weekly ratings of the show and the other showing weekly sales for Revlon. Copland listens as Revson explains how they move up and down nearly in lockstep. Revson then passes over another chart. This one shows how the ratings fluctuate up and down each week based on who the contestants are. As Copland looks it over, Revson says this proves that the $64,000 question cannot afford to have too many unpopular contestants. He tells Copland that to juice the ratings and Revlon's bottom line, he needs to make sure that the most compelling contestants stay on the show for as long as possible. Copland instantly understands the implications of Revson's point. It sounds like the Revlon executive is pressuring him to engineer who wins or loses week to week. But Revson goes one step further. He notes that when Lou Cowan initially pitched the show, he promised that the first $64,000 winner would create massive media coverage for the show and Revlon. So Revson tells Copland that he needs to deliver on Cowan's promise, and soon. If Copland can't make that happen, then Revlon may need to bring in their own team of producers to find a new quiz show to sponsor. Copland doesn't know what to say. He's been given a seemingly impossible choice: either manufacture a winner or lose his job. Logistically, he knows he could rig the show. Not only is he responsible for picking which questions are used, he also spends significant time with contestants in the days leading up to their first appearance, discussing their topic of expertise and helping them prepare. So he has the opportunity to give the answer to Revson's preferred contestants. Copland also knows that if a contestant were ever to go public about this, his career would be over. Copland racks his brain, trying to find a way to give Revson what he wants without making the show fraudulent. Eventually, Copland offers a compromise. He says that once a contestant proves to be good for TV, he'll spend extra time with them before every show and really narrow down their exact area of expertise. For example, he'll find out areas they know the most about. Write specific questions he's confident they'll be able to answer. That way, Revlon can get what they want without the liability of going over the line into rigging the show. Leaning back in his chair, Revson says he likes the sound of that, but there's still the issue where at least one of the contestants attempts the $64,000 question. Copeland admits that this will be a tougher challenge, but he assures Revson that he's already got an idea for how to make it happen and how to stage it so that the $64,000 question becomes the most talked about show on television. American Scandal is sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one website platform for entrepreneurs who want to stand out and succeed online. But do you need a website? Of course you do. I mean, if you own a business, have a hobby, write a blog, run an organization, create online, create IRL, but show off your creations online, you need a website. In this day and age, your dog might need a website. Get you a website, and a good one. Squarespace's new design combines 2 decades of industry-leading design with cutting-edge AI technology to unlock your strongest creative potential. Design Intelligence empowers you to build your own unique digital identity across your entire online presence. So no matter what you do on the web, write, create, sell, consult, coach, teach, you can do it better, faster, and look more professional with Squarespace. Head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/scandal to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/scandal to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Thumbtack presents the ins and outs for caring for your home. Out: indecision, overthinking, second-guessing every choice you make. In: plans and guides that make it easy to get home projects done. Out: beige on beige on beige. In: knowing what to do, when to do it, and who to hire. Start caring for your home with confidence. Download Thumbtack today.
In late summer 1955, Merton Copland, producer of the $64,000 question, starts looking for a contestant who might finally attempt to answer the show's final grand prize question. For weeks, he examines one contestant after another, assessing their likability and their appetite for risk. Before long, he identifies a possible candidate, Richard McCutcheon. McCutcheon is a Marine captain, which should make him easy for viewers to root for. Copland also figures that a person who's seen combat may be more willing to risk his previous winnings by going for the top prize. And on the night of September 13th, 1955, Copland is thrilled to see McCutcheon do just that. Copland is backstage watching the show live on air at Rockefeller Center. McCutcheon has returned to the stage after successfully answering the $32,000 question the previous week. Now, the show's host, Al March, asks McCutcheon if he'd like to go home with the money he's already won or try for one more question, attempting to become the first grand prize winner in the show's history. Without hesitation, McCutcheon says he's going to go for it. Copland pumps his fist as the room fills with applause. A moment later, the isolation booth is wheeled to the front of the stage, and a young female assistant leads McCutcheon inside. As the crowd goes silent, the stage lights dim, leaving a single spotlight on the booth. Copland watches anxiously as host Hal March takes the question envelope from a security guard on stage. Copland holds his breath, knowing he's done all he can to prepare McCutcheon for this moment. The previous afternoon, he spent hours with him, giving him practice questions about his chosen topic of expertise, cooking. What he learned is that McCutcheon has a deep knowledge about the history of British cuisine, so Copland custom-tailored the final question. Now, as Copland and the rest of America watches, Hal March opens the envelope question. McCutcheon 5 dishes French press 1939. It's an incredibly specific and difficult question, truly worthy of the $64,000. Copland knows only a tiny fraction of all the people on Earth could answer it correctly, and he made sure that McCutcheon is one of them. The two men discussed this exact meal in their practice session yesterday. McCutcheon even brought it up on his own, inspiring Copland to craft the final question around it. So now Copland watches as the music ends and McCutcheon is asked for the answer. He cracks his knuckles and grins with confidence. Knowing what's coming, Copeland smiles as well. McCutcheon moves through the first 5 delicacies and 2 wines with ease, even throwing in some additional details about the meal for good measure. And when the answer is confirmed correct, the audience explodes in applause. McCutcheon steps out of the booth, beaming with pride. Copeland imagines Martin Revson watching at home, equally as happy. Copeland has finally delivered the big winner as promised. And on top of that, he's found a successful formula for engineering the show, ensuring that there will be even more grand prize winners to come. When ratings for McCutcheon's victory are reported the following day, Merton Copeland sees that his gambit has paid off. 55 million Americans watched the broadcast, making it the highest rated episode in the history of television. By this time, TV game shows have become a full-blown cultural phenomenon. Hoping to replicate the success of the $64,000 question, the major networks have filled dozens of time slots with other game shows, such as The Big Surprise, Treasure Hunt, and The Price is Right. Among those eager to cash in on the craze are producer Dan Enright and host Jack Barry. They quickly get their program Tic-Tac-Dough onto NBC, and soon after they follow it up by creating another quiz show called 21, offering a unique twist on the popular card game Blackjack. On each episode of 21, 2 contestants go head-to-head, taking turns answering trivia questions on a variety of topics. Each question is assigned a point value from 1 to 11, with harder questions earning more points. The goal is to end the round with a score as close as possible to 21. Enright and Barry bring on a sponsor, Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, the makers of the multivitamin Geritol. And together they find a home for 21 on NBC. But when the first episode airs in September of 1956, it proves to be a flop. So the following morning, when Enright walks into Barry's office, his expression is grim. Jack, got a second? Yeah, sure, Dan. What's going on? I'm going to level with you. I think we're in trouble with 21. I knew the ratings weren't going to be great, but the sponsor is even more upset than I was expecting. Just got off the phone with him. He called the show a total dud, lacking any sort of suspense or drama. Well, honestly, I agree. Even on stage, I could almost feel the audience yawning. Well, we're never going to let that happen again. Something has to change. Yeah. Now, to me, the problem is questions over again. So we either need to find smarter players or get dumber questions. And we certainly need more correct answers, that's for sure. But I don't want easier questions. The audience wants to see a challenge, to be impressed by the contestants. All right, so what are your ideas? I'm thinking about a more change. I mean, you for 64 questions. And just to see someone get a big pile of money, they're in for the they know and like. It's no different. Follow their characters as it comes. They get attached to these contestants. They're not even contestants anymore. They're characters. They want to see how far they'll go, where their story ends. Yeah, sure, but how we had on did some monitoring. Yeah, he was good. Good looking, well spoken, but we're not going to be able to find 10 more Richard Jackmans. I don't think we have to. We just bring him back on 21. Okay, easy enough. We can cast him for the show, but who says he'll win? Well, here's the idea. The show, just like I do with everyone else. But for him, I'll use the real questions. And if he gets any wrong, I'll just tell him the right answer. Damn, that sounds like rigging the game. I mean, he's a smart guy. He'll figure out what you're doing. Of course he will. But what's he use to take the money? No. What if Jack... Or worse, he could think... He's already been given the answers. Now look, Jackman said it himself. He's a struggling writer, right? This guy's going to make more money in one night than he's made in the past decade. And then he'll show up to double it the next week. Trust me, he's not going to say a word. Nobody is that honest. Well, we need to save the show. If you think this is what's needed, then I'm not going to stand in your way. But leave me out of it. I'm just going to ask the questions on the cards. You're going to have to handle the rest. As he leaves Barry's office, Enright shakes his head. He was hoping. It's his job to make sure he that a little. So when in the office, filing got Jackman's file, praying that this plan will work. Because if it doesn't, in the new cutthroat world of TV game shows, 21 could go bust.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone? With amazing candidates using sponsored jobs. With sponsored jobs, post to the top of the page for your relevant candidates so you can reach the people you want faster. And just how fast is Indeed? Well, in the minute I've been talking to you, 23 hires were made on Indeed, according to the Indeed data worldwide. Seriously, there's no need to wait any longer. Speed up your hiring right now with Indeed, and listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit to get your jobs more visibility at Indeed.com/WonderyUS. Just go to Indeed.com/WonderyUS right now and support our show by saying you heard about Indeed on this podcast. Indeed.com/WonderyUS. Terms and conditions apply. Hiring? Indeed is all you need.
The Sleep Number smart bed is the best bed for couples, and there's a good reason for that. Only Sleep Number smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort and support on your side of the bed. Firmer or softer on either side. Sleep Number does that. Perhaps you want your side cooler, and your partner wants their side warmer. Sleep Number does that too. You choose what's right for you, making it the best bed for the both of you. The Sleep Number smart bed will even automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help you sleep comfortably all night long. Your smart bed will even learn how you sleep and provide you personalized insights to help you sleep even better. Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? So you can choose your ideal comfort on either side. Sleep Number smart beds start at $9.99. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusively at a Sleep Number.
The day before the episode is set to tape, Enright spends hours with Jackman practicing trivia questions, sneaking in the actual questions Jackman will be asked on the show. Enright leaves Jackman completely unaware that he's been handpicked to be 21's first breakout star, but that proves to be a disastrous miscalculation. On the night of October 3rd, 1956, Enright is backstage at 21's studio inside Rockefeller Center. The episode is nearing its end, and Enright is ecstatic. Jackman has already defeated 2 opponents, and he's 1 question away from beating the 3rd. Enright watches as Jackman answers his final question correctly, winning the game 19-7. And as Jackman steps out of his isolation booth, host Jack Barry congratulates him on his incredible performance. He informs Jackman he's earned more than $24,000, the most ever won on the show, and invites Jackman back next week for a chance to win even more. Where I well my opponents. Would have seen a man so I've got news for you. I'm not taking a dime of that money. You can send it to the other contestants or give it to charity. Conscience is safe. Oh, I'm very sorry, Richard. Well, it seems like we should have told you this is how the show works. But listen, what? Go when you come and play a clean, no answer. Why? Forms Enright watches stop. He runs around Dan refusing on the show. Jackman also agrees to appear at the top of the next episode and explain to the audience that he's chosen to retire from the game because he doesn't want to risk the portion of his winnings that he would lose. Enright is relieved to have put the immediate problem behind him, but he's still left with figuring out how to ensure the most entertaining outcomes and produce a compelling repeat champion, someone who's not only likable and charismatic, but willing to keep quiet about being fed the answers. 1956. His first appearance on the show. An application one includes along with biographical information and the results of the sample of the contestant. It's hard to know make a if any of them are willing to play along with the scheme. After a few minutes of digging, Enright sits back in his chair feeling defeated. He realizes there's no way to ensure any of these potential contestants will behave any differently than Jackman. But then it comes to him. What he needs to do is make sure they're willing co-conspirators from the very beginning. He'll have to make a deal with them up front, offering them a hefty payout in return for willingly taking part in the hoax. So with that in mind, Enright returns to the stack of applications. On the top of the pile, he finds the folder for an applicant named Herbert Stemple. He flips it open and sees his headshot. Stemple looks like the quintessential nerd. He's wearing a drab suit and horn-rimmed glasses with thick lenses. And at first, he doesn't seem especially compelling. But as Enright reads over Stemple's biography, he becomes intrigued. Stemple is a 29-year-old student at the City College of New York. He's a veteran of World War II, and his tuition is being covered by the GI Bill. He also has a wife and a young son, which means he'd likely be thrilled by the chance to make tens of thousands of dollars, and isn't likely to risk it by blabbing about what goes on behind the scenes. Then Enright looks over Stemple's score on the sample quiz. It's outstanding. In fact, it's the best Enright has ever seen. To earn a score this high, Stemple must have an IQ in the top 1%, and that would make him much more believable as a repeat champion. So Enright picks up Stemple's headshot again, leans back in his chair. He imagines how Stemple might come across on TV. He was hoping to find someone who could match the model-worthy looks of Jackman, but maybe Stemple could be molded into a different, but equally compelling type of character. Enright thinks of an episode of pro wrestling he recently watched on TV. Of course, the crowd loved to see the hero win, but they were equally invested in seeing the villain lose. Maybe Stemple could be 21's first villain. Enright can mold him into a smug, know-it-all kind of character, a human computer with zero charisma. The audience would tune in week after week just hoping to see him lose. Enright finds Stemple's phone number in the file and begins dialing. And as he waits for Stemple to answer, a sly grin creeps across Enright's face. Stemple has no idea he's about to be made into America's most hated quiz show champ. From Wondery, this is episode 1 of Quiz Show Rigging for American Scam. In our next episode, a rivalry on 21 catapults the show in the ratings, bringing fame and fortune to a pair of contestants. But when one of the men is forced to leave the show, he throws backstage collusion and bring the entire thing down. If you're enjoying American Scam,
Came
This is gonna be weird. You're usually the color I am, and Wade's usually the color you are.
Yeah, wait, well, I let Wade have red this time. It's a very caring and nice.
Darker than usual, or am I crazy?
You're crazy, dude.
You can always change it to be a little brighter if you want to.
You're just a little crazy, bro. Crazy.
I put my balls in your hole.
Yeah.
Yo, can I watch my film?
Hey guys, repo.
My balls were ready. My hole. Not prepared.
Already in there.
Ow. An item somewhere.
Oh. Ah. Hey, top?
I thought I checked the top. Check.
The other side of top. Yeah. That
no.
Top. Oh, no, it's underneath.
Whoopee. What happened? Oh, sorry. Oh, I see what it is.
I'm gonna move this over here. Go.
Hi, JP. You're quiet.
Yeah, he doesn't even talk to us. It's really sad.
You're not even talking to us. I think he hates us.
Yeah. He probably does.
Where's JP?
I don't know.
Oh my god. Jesus.
He just refused to talk to us for some reason. He hates us.
Hates
JP?
Is your mic not working?
Oh.
I don't know, is it?
I hear you, but you are quiet.
Trying to lie.
I don't know what you want me to say. Hi, guys.
Yeah, where's the energy?
Hey, man, we just need
where's the wild?
Purple, what's the McDonald's dude's name? Gromit?
Grimace?
Ooh.
Vomit?
Grimace.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
You're blue.
You're purple.
I'd shake you up, put you in a glass, and drink you.
Ooh.
Eat this.
You say that, you won't even look at him, dude.
You sound depressed.
Oh, it's a big deal. Got him.
What's going? What's it? Huh?
We're going on an adventure, dude.
We're going.
Okay.
Oh. There's a big slammy guy in this room. Well, in the room next to us.
You want that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, why did I get
Hey, Wade, can you go throw up on the big bad guy? Can you go throw up on the big... He's to the... Yeah, that way.
Oh, good luck.
Spit on him, Wade.
He's sucking!
Oh, you did? Oh, no, you didn't.
Well, he spit, but...
Spit on him.
He almost made it. But I got way
wait. Did we kill something? We killed a spitter.
Oh.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
They both died.
I saw JP die. Don't worry. May go get Grimace.
Okay. I don't know where Wade died, like where his body ended up going.
I got Grimace. I think that guy's going for you. I'm just gonna cook.
I jumped down.
He's not looking at me. It's fine.
He's coming back down. Oh, excuse me.
And you're fine. Is there anything in that room?
Nothing.
I'm just gonna let the guy go that way. I'm just gonna go here.
Where's he going?
He went to the right side. I was looking for a big item. Is there not a big item? There we go. Right here.
What is it? A block?
A block.
I had a feeling. Oh. Here, back.
I'm gonna need your... Oh, can you just drag the one thing? I was gonna say you could drag the one thing. I meant the part.
Oh, yeah, that probably would have been smarter to do.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're the alive.
We're fine. We are.
Yo.
Look at that. Amazing.
Perfect.
Now we just got to avoid big slammies.
Where's the
well, he walked through this door, which is on the way back home. Yeah. Good luck.
It's fine. We're good. At least it's not a floating head, honestly.
That's true. It's terrible.
It's a very strong head. Not many live.
No, not really. I want to say I've been practicing on killing ads. I'm getting not any better, but I'm practicing.
Yeah, yes.
Welcome. That's why I said if you want to put it in, go ahead. Oh, hey, dude.
I will. Oh, hey.
I think I already walked in. I did.
Say, like, you guys touched me up.
Standing on the truck when it did.
I touched up.
I understand. I appreciate one of you caring.
Look, back trust is always caring.
Hey, if
I
I'm
got you.
down on all fours and got to pick it up, I will
can't give you
the
a
back shot.
Really? Is that something you want? Okay. Hey, yeah, wait. Can you hear me? Can you come here? Can you shrink up, please? Cold weather, please? Way cold. Way cold weather. There we go.
part since Blockbuster was a viable investment option. It's a semi-charmed song on Sirius XM.
In 2 miles, take the interchange.
When I'm done with thinking, then I'm done with you. When I'm done with crying, then I'm done with you. When I feel so tired, then I'm done with you. You know, everybody feels this way sometimes. Everybody feels this way, and I do. You can't hear it, but I do. You can't hear it, but I do. You're trying to convince me that what I've done's not right. And I get so frustrated. I stay up every night. You ask me for an answer, and I'm so tired. Up in the air, up in the air. You know, everybody feels this way sometimes. Everybody feels this way, and I do. You can't hear it, but I do. You can't hear it, but I'm feeling this way. Just because you say I will be ignored, and I will be denied, and I could be erased, I could be brushed aside, and I will get scared, and I will get shoved down, but I feel like I do.
Take the interchange. Then, turn right onto the slip road.
To ignore you, I doubted you so long. I'm tired of overthinking. I know you don't belong. Now I'm asking questions. No one pushes me around.
Turn right onto the slip road.
Everybody feels this way sometimes. This way, and I do. You can't hear it, but I do. You don't seem angry, but I do. I do. I do. You don't seem angry, but I do. Can't hear it, but I do.
Lisa Loeb on Pop Rocks. You know, the 90s and women in music, it's just, oh, it's a whole decade we can't forget. And I'm so happy the ladies of Lithium, our very own Kat Corbett and Madison, come together to spotlight Women's History Month, playing music from their favorite female artists of the 90s, alternative and grunge. And you can catch that over on Lithium. And yeah, you're going to hear from Garbage, Alanis, the Sundays, the Breeders, all good stuff. It's Foo Fighters on Pop Rocks.
Another confession to make. I'm your fool. Everyone's got their chains to break. Holding you. Were you born to resist or be abused? Is someone getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you? Is someone getting the best?
me on a Saturday. It's Karen Carson, and March Madness continues. If you want to hear any of the games, of course it's on SiriusXM. You can just search up your team and it'll tell you what channel. On the SiriusXM app, the Cranberries are on Pop Rocks.
I-5. Smells better out there than it does in here. I wonder why that is, huh?
It took me a long time to get Who Will Save Your Soul to work at the radio, and when I finally heard it on the radio, it was played between Nirvana and Soundgarden, which blew my mind. It's Jewel. And I remember pulling over on the side of the road, and I just started sobbing, because it really wasn't until that moment that I realized I sang like Kermit the Frog. I was so nervous in the studio, my throat tightened up, and I was like, who will save your soul? It ended up being embarrassing all the way to the bank. This is Who Will Save Your Soul on Sirius XM's Pop Rocks.
People living their lives for you on TV. They say they're better than you, and you agree. He says, hold my calls from behind those cold big walls. Says, come here, boy, there ain't nothing for free. Another doctor's bill, a lawyer's bill, another cute cheap thrill. You know you love him if you put him in your will, but who will save your soul when it comes to the flowers now?
She's my armor, she's the tear in my heart. She's a carver, she's a butcher with a smile. Cut me farther than I've ever been.
Tear in my heart. That's 21 Pilots on Pop Rocks, 90s and 2.
When I get there, period. And my clicker needs to be reprogrammed so I can't open the door.
Collective Soul in the next hour. It's Matchbox 20.
Things like that.
Puget Sound.
Officially placed the poster, reveals a smile from the back. Elephants and lion, snakes, monkey. Village speaks righteous. Sister Cena says funky. How was I? How was I? How was I?
Every time I look around
So the Killers have 2 dates up ahead in May in Memphis, Tennessee. On June 27th, that is still available for tickets if you want to check that out. It's Karen Carson, and we have got Maroon 5 ahead, Blur 2, and the Chili Peppers after Counting Crows on Pop Rocks.
Left turns go first.
Waiting for Danny the girl is singing songs with me beneath the marquee.
Thank you.
Overlook. show tonight. I nailed the light on. Heavy glow. By the way, I tried to say I'd be there. Waiting for Danny the girl is singing songs to me beneath the marquee. Oversold. By the way, I tried to say I'd be there. Waiting for.
Alright, Chester, close your eyes. I know you don't like bridges.
The road to wherever you're headed is paved with 90s and 2000s pop rock.
Wow, it's been a long time since I've heard this track outside of memes online.
VIP trip for you. This time is to see the dance tour in which you just for the city alone. You and a friend on a trip, that hotel, stage tour. There's a whole lot more added to this. It's a really fun thing. So to enter and for the rules, go to SiriusXM.com/Shinedown Tour. No spaces. Do that by April 3rd. No purchase necessary. Just make sure you're 21 or over, okay? It's Karen with Blues Traveler. On Mets.
dating her. Currently, the only day over there without rain is Tuesday. But who knows how much on the other days. Lots of sea air regardless. Do you want to reply?
No.
Okay then.
Hey, don't
I
forget,
don't have to stop to have Gatorade. I can drink Gatorade while I'm driving.
Weekend is Sunday morning. I'm pumped.
My head
It's your
feels
favorite
fine.
pop
It's
rock
just my
artist
throat
from the
that's
90s
the
and
problem.
2000s in acoustic, more laid back, mellow kind of way, and it's a lot of fun to hear those versions. So make sure you tune in noon East, 9 8 Pacific here on.
I've been taking my cough syrup and I've been taking Tylenol. Trying to keep my throat under control so I don't have a coughing fit. My head is fine. My head is fine.
rock jam soundtrack your evening. SiriusXM's Pop Rocks.
Watching stars on the big screen. And eyes making me wonders. Why can't that be?
Head south.
Walking like
right.
Fish and chips boat is still there.
In 800 feet, slight right. Slight right. In 1,000 feet, turn right. Turn right.
Pop Rocks wants to spice things up a bit with a track you may have burned to CD once upon a time and haven't heard since. It's a semi-churned song on Sirius XM. Something 'cause it's burning through your eyes. I behind the rock songs that Pitts.
Looking forward to the future.
2000s. Pop Rock on Sirius XM.
In half a mile, turn right.
If the heavens ever did speak, she's the last true mouthpiece. Every Sunday's getting more bleak. Fresh poison each week. We were born sick, you heard them say it. My church offers no absolutes.
Turn right.
Only heaven. I was born sick, but I love it. And me to be well. Amen. Amen.
everybody's enjoyed the live streams today. I haven't been able to look at chat at all, so hopefully you've all been cordial. And Pouncy's been taking care of you, I expect. This will be the last stream. It'll be ending within the next 5-10 minutes, just so you know.
It's a little secret just so I've been sense of fear. Most of all, you got to hide it from the kids who think you. This is Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven hold the grace for those who pray. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
K-Band.
Laugh about it, shout about it when you got the shoes. Every way you look at it, you lose. Where have you gone? Show the magic of our nation. What's that? Joe has left and gone away. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. It starts with why. I don't know